anything is possible. And the crowd absolutely love it. We're heading into the wall. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. This is why we love Formula One.
Times Lando Norris has secured pole position, but he's never done it in Monaco until now. What a scintillating lap, enough to break the lap record here as well. He took it from Charles Leclerc, the home hero, with Oscar Piastri of McLaren just over a tenth behind in P3, Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen just behind there in a qualifying for the ages. It always is in Monaco, isn't it? And today Lando Norris is on the top step, and here we are down in the pit lane, and we'll get straight to it. Ruth Buscombe and Alex Brundle alongside me, but we're bringing in Zach Brown and Andrea Stella, who I can imagine are absolutely delighted. Andrea, I'm going to come to you first. Just a word on that lap from Lando Norris and how he managed to get that done at the very last with the strategy you implemented.
Well, the strategy itself wasn't too difficult. We went for a 1+3. The tire can repeat the lap, so we wanted to take an opportunity to have 2 attempts with the final set of tires, but the job was done by the drivers. They put the speed. It was a very, very tight competition. Must have been quite entertaining for our spectators. Certainly it was for us at the pit wall. And I think both Lando and Oscar managed to nail their laps. I'm sure they will say there was a little bit of time here and there, like always, but this is Monaco. It's not easy to put together a perfect lap, but well done to Oscar and Lando on just fantastic qualifying. P1, P3, very important for tomorrow.
I think in Monaco you want just a little breathing distance between the walls. Zach, I'll come to you now. Congratulations. What a result for McLaren. I think the first pole here since 2007, and you, of course, the most winningest team here in Monaco too. How does this one measure up?
Well, I wasn't here for the others, but I watched a lot of them. This is about as good as you get. I think the team did a great job. Obviously, both drivers did an awesome job, and to be sitting on pit wall next to Andrea and everyone on the team, all the men and women back at McLaren, they've done such a great job. So to put it all together for Monaco, I can't think of a sweeter pole position.
Zach, Lando's super at converting pole position into victory. Last 4 wins from pole. We've talked so much about his confidence throughout this year. Very little in the world of motorsport takes more confidence than what he's just managed to achieve. This has got to be a turning point for his season in terms of his confidence into the rest of the year.
Yeah, he's been awesome all weekend. You know, to put that lap down, the second one, the first lap, the banker lap was really strong. But yeah, I've only spoken with him very briefly, but I suspect he's in a very good mood at the moment.
Andrea, that was the biggest gap we've had all season, if you believe it, 0.109. But it's not quite done on Saturday anymore with Monaco. We've got the 2-stop mandatory tomorrow. Yeah. How, as a team, now you've got 2 cars right at the very top, are you planning on preparing to secure the win tomorrow?
Yeah, well, actually, when we looked at all the implications of having 2 mandatory pit stops, we realized that these implications are really large. You know, like it looks very simple. Okay, it's 2 stops mandatory. In reality, the race can unfold in many different ways. There's many options on the table. Actually, some of them we could go through preventatively, but now that we have the grid order, I think we can do more of a refinement work and consider the starting tires, consider the various options as to what the opposition can do, but is far from obvious, and I think it will be quite interesting.
Yeah, far from obvious, Andrea. You have gone for a different tyre strategy to your competitors that potentially gives you an advantage tomorrow. Yeah. You're also a team that excels with teamwork between the drivers. As McLaren, are you prepared to use teamwork between your drivers tomorrow? You know McLaren won here before in the early 2000s. First team to ever do it with teamwork. Pace manipulation, are you ready to do that tomorrow?
So in terms of tyre strategy, yes, we have 2 sets of hard. It put some pressure in qualifying, but we were confident in the execution of our drivers and in the speed of the car, and it worked out well. In terms of collaboration, you know, like we are lucky at McLaren because we have 2 great drivers, 2 great individuals, and this allows us to have several options that we can consider.
Zach, with Ferrari topping all three free practice sessions, did you expect to be standing here? Did you know you had this in the locker and expect to be standing here with dream ticket before the Grand Prix tomorrow?
I think qualifying is so close in Formula One and the competition's so good. I think you can never bank on anything. You know, we thought we had a chance, but Leclerc's been pretty awesome all weekend. He's awesome around here. So I kind of predicted the top 5. I got that right.
Won a job.
But the order, it could have been in any order. So just great that we got the job done.
And Zach, Andrea, I'll come to both of you on this. In terms of tomorrow then, obviously Leclerc will be starting alongside Lando. You've got Lewis there and you've got Max Verstappen P5, as you said. It's kind of the top 5 we expected here. How wary are you? Where's that biggest threat coming from, do you
All
believe?
difficult questions to Andrea.
Sorry, Andrea, you're up. Boss said.
I was going to say the same, but because he's my boss, I need to take it. I think the risk comes from all the guys that you said. It could come from others, because like I said before, the implications of the 2 mandatory stops dependent on when you have a safety car, dependent on what tires you have when a safety car may come out or a red flag. So definitely the guys around us are the biggest threat, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have some surprises. So I think for all the spectators and all the fans, it's definitely a race to look forward to.
Zach, I like your delegation. That's the sign of a true leader, but I will come back to you on it. Where do you see your main threat for tomorrow? Is it the Ferrari? Is it the likes of Max Verstappen?
I think, as Andrea said, I think it's the top 5 from a pure pace point of view. But with the strategy of 2 pit stops, something which is obviously what they've kind of thrown a little bit of unknown into the race. So I think given that and safety cars, kind of anything can happen. But I think from a pure pace, the top 5, 6 at the front are the ones that are the fastest cars and the ones that we're most worried about. But strategy, I think, will be critical tomorrow.
And amazing stuff. Isaac Hadjar is P6 as well. So that's a brilliant result for him. Guys, thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll allow you to go and enjoy and speak to many more media. But thank you very much. Congrats to Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, P3. And of course, that all-important pole position here in Monaco. Wow. I mean, they are absolutely delighted, and rightly so, because they did it in a different way. They had the tyre to go for that 3rd shot at it, didn't they, Alex?
Yeah, and the car allowed them to do it. You know, the couple of laps, having done the racing pit stop in the middle of Q3, we saw the Ferrari backed into the garage, and they went for a shorter run at the end of Q3, ended up paying off with tiny, tiny margins. You know, was the strategy the key? Or was it just a banzai lap from Norris? We'll never know, but that strategy's worked out for them with a McLaren that it once again has delivered by having a tyre that runs through the session.
What was that word you used? Banzai?
Banzai lap.
Is that a motorsport? Is that a driver terminology?
Yeah, occasionally. Well, it's my terminology.
Oh,
I thought it was a mega lap from Lando.
It was an absolutely incredible lap, because I thought Charles Leclerc had put it out of reach, and actually he has never started P2 here in Monaco. It's, you know, pole or nothing, isn't it, for Charles? And you could see that in how disappointed he was in that post-interview, despite the progress we think Ferrari may have made here, or indeed how much they may suit this outlier of a track. On that then, Ruth, we're going to take a look now. Lando Norris versus Charles Leclerc. Here's the data, and here's how it's looking.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what engineers are going to do, and we're doing it in real time here. We kind of rush to get to see these because this actually tells us what happened, and it is so interesting because the track is really a track of 3 halves. Once again, that McLaren is so fast on the straights. In terms of percentages, it's neck and neck. In terms of braking, actually Charles is fractionally more aggressive on the braking across the lap, but you can see that actually up until that final sector, it was really, really neck and neck, with actually the cars almost directly neck and neck as they go into that final swimming pool chicane. And it looks as though the majority of the gain is really in that final point, 0.13 seconds in that final set of corners by the McLaren. That could be the tyres, but I expect when we look at the onboard, there'll be some rather exquisite driving by Mr. Lando Norris, which the data can't tell us, because the engineers aren't as fun as the drivers around here.
A just a tenth was in it. That was it, the finest margins around here. But astonishingly, actually one of the biggest qualifying margins, so tight. We have seen so many qualifying sessions so far this season. Hi, Jolien.
Hello.
Great interviews, Parc Fermé, and a fantastic call throughout quali. What a result we've seen.
I just love Monaco qualifying. Honestly, it's so exciting to call it. And then watching those last laps come in. The strategy gamble, I mean, I say it's a gamble in a way, it's kind of cautious doing 2 laps, but the gamble is you put your fresh tyres on with an extra 2 laps of fuel, and you go slightly earlier as well. So you're kind of banking on that second lap being the money shot. And it was, obviously, as the guys have all said, you know, it paid off. They were the only one to do it, and it got them that pole. But again, looking at that telemetry there as well between Norris and Leclerc, it's all and a little bit more in the Rascasse in the final corner. It's amazing.
It's one of those things where you put the car on the racetrack and you really rely on the driver there. You're putting the car actually on the racetrack in a suboptimal condition, but what you're doing is giving Lando a couple of looks at the circuit. We're going to get a look at those 2 laps side by side, I think, to tally in to that data that we've already seen. So we've got Leclerc on the right-hand side, Lando Norris slightly quicker with pole position, a tenth of a second on the left-hand side, and Lando gets out a little bit better from Sainte Devote. That's one of the first gains that Norris makes throughout this lap. You've seen Norris throughout the weekend so far be a little bit quicker in Massenet and Casino Square, not so on this lap. It's Leclerc who comes back at him through this section. Down towards Mirabeau, that Ferrari looking neat and tidy. And Lando actually slightly wide there, isn't he? In the hairpin, JP, climbs the curb on the inside and gets out of Portier, slightly wide again on the apex of Portier, which is where that time is.
Yeah, he understood a little bit, didn't he, towards the apex there and lost a fraction. It's interesting because that's been McLaren's stronghold so far this weekend.
It really has, with Ferrari being best in the first sector. And as you say, Ruth, I think we're going to see something pretty spectacular. It's a 1.5 tenths of a second, but Lando Norris and McLaren pull back through this sector of the lap.
Watch the risk that Norris takes far over the curve, right out to the wall, oversteering.
It's there, isn't it? A huge risk in that final part of the swimming pool. Lando risks a left front suspension, risks the contact, and that is where that tenth of a second is.
You put it to Zach how important and perhaps a key turning point of the season this could be for Lando Norris. I want to get your guys' opinion on this. He has struggled in qualifying recently. He's very vocal about those struggles in the media afterwards. How much confidence can he take, therefore, from not just securing another pole position, his 11th, but his first one here in Monaco, where it matters the most, the pressure is highest?
Yeah, I think it's really important for him just to get another pole on the board. And Oscar's had the 1 lap pace. It's the crucial times, it's the pressure moments of Q3. They've been very evenly matched until the Q3 laps. But actually, he did 2 laps that were quicker than Oscar, and he's looked like he might do that all day, even though they've been quite closely matched. Monaco is an outlier. Monaco is an outlier.
Brown made me jump then, crikey.
you never know if it will carry forward, but I think, you know, the confidence, you're right, the confidence should carry forward from him.
But the confidence only comes from performance, and we've heard Lando Norris talk about his performance, talk about how he feels after the sessions, what he wants to try and do better, what he wants to achieve. But there is nothing that silences critics and inspires confidence in a racing driver than seeing the real lap really arrive at the end of Q3.
Well, you saw the real lap trackside at the start of FP3.
Yeah.
And you literally saw it. We had 2 box at the time. You in one, which was a lovely sight. The other sight was Lando giving it everything. And he came past you once and you said, Norris is on it today.
Yeah, you know when you naturally step back from the racetrack, just because of the energy Norris has been bouncing over this curb over here all weekend long. Looks super right this weekend.
That was your prediction in the pre-quali show, wasn't it? That it would be a Lando Norris pole?
I didn't like to mention that.
Don't worry, I've got you. I've got you.
Yeah, I think you could exactly see that. The McLaren looked like a completely different car today than yesterday. You know, I didn't get to stand where I used to, but I got to stand in the pit lane. I actually got to see the special bit of the lap that put him on pole, which was just how close he was getting to the barriers and that final chicane, and just how close he was coming in there. And it is just the ultimate answer, right? In terms of confidence, as a driver, you know, I think he should probably just get a poster of how close he is to the wall, maybe in millimeters, and look at that every time he has any kind of question mark. Because I imagine he's probably the closest that was still a positive number today.
For a driver that's been sort of outspoken in how he's not feeling the car and he's not feeling connected and he's making some errors, he didn't look that at all today, did he? He was absolutely exuding confidence from behind the wheel. Conversely, Oscar's been a little bit scrappy today, and he said it in the interviews. You know, it's not been the cleanest of weekends, which kind of opened the door for Charles and Lando, but he still ends up in the top 3 as well, and not a mile away. So, championship-wise, I mean, it's obviously a great chance for Lando to get the confidence and the championship gap down, but you know, still a good day for Oscar and Andrea saying they're gonna look at the permutations on the strategy. They've got 2 drivers in the top 3. That's massive for them.
That's the challenge, isn't it, of being across the garage from Piastri. He's just always there. He's always you know, delivering at the pace or close to the pace, and that's where the psychological challenge of trying to be his teammate is.
Oscar has started every single race this season in the top 4, and of course leads the championship. It'll be P3 tomorrow for the Monaco Grand Prix, and on a place where track position is vital. He will start alongside Hamilton, or so things currently stand provisionally, because of course we saw that moment where Lewis impeded Max Verstappen. We saw the moment at the end as well of the session where Lewis and Max spoke about it, Lewis apologising, but how did you see that one? Do you think it will be a penalty? 3-place grid drop is sort of the norm in that instance.
I think it probably will, because I think it is probably impeding. We can see it with Max here coming over the crest, and he just finds Lewis on the inside there, and that's where you're aiming for a sort of early dive towards an apex and hang it there. And you know, it's not really Lewis to blame either. You can't see in your mirrors he's over the crest there. He just didn't have the communication from his race engineer there. Well, he did. It was the wrong info that he was passed. He said, Max is behind you. Oh no, he's going slow now. At which point you think, I don't need to jump out of his way then. You only need to stop impeding fast cars. Max was clearly won on that lap.
I've personally been overtaken in a race by Max Verstappen, well, not me, but my driver, and not seen it on the GPS, because the GPS here is so noisy. So I think it's probably an innocent yet costly mistake, because round here in the Principality, we just, as engineers, don't have the positioning data to the same level of fidelity. And a little bit of noise, you know, someone going fast, slow, or just a tiny timing dropout can mean that it's so much harder. Plus, of course, it is quite tight and twisty as well to actually get that information. So I think innocent mistake, but probably a costly one.
I think that's kind. He's the only one to do it in qualifying.
I am kind, Jolien.
Yeah,
I am kind.
Look, you are kind to the people on the pit wall. I'm the driver's point of view, and I'm fuming if I'm Lewis, because he's had a good weekend so far. He should be looking at a podium. Maybe he still will be, but if he gets a penalty, obviously, that's going to massively hamper not only him and the team.
But also Leclerc. Also Leclerc, who's put the car on the front row of the grid and needs him up there to play the strategic games. He knew on the radio, the tone of that radio message was, I needed the right information there, guys.
So I know it's a long shot because it's such a short run to the first corner, but if Ferrari were to exit the first corner, second and third, the whole dynamic of the race changes, and you suddenly think strategic games can be played to try and win the race still. Potentially a penalty there is going to mean that they're absolutely not going to be second or third.
And it's such a shame for Lewis Hamilton, who's looked hooked up, and P4 would be the highest that he starts in a Grand Prix this season for Ferrari. They are expected at the stewards in probably around 7 to 8 minutes now. So if we do hear anything before the end of the show, we'll bring you that information, but stay across all the info online as well. Typically, when we're talking about the top 6, we usually have a Mercedes car in there, don't we? Not today. What a torrid Saturday for the Silver Arrows. Let's hear from both drivers.
Hey George, this morning in FP3 kind of felt like you were out of ideas on the soft, then you put it P5 in Q1. I thought, okay, maybe you cracked it. What happened then in Q2?
Yeah, it felt like we were back in the groove. Q1, everything came easily, and I was feeling great in the car, and it suddenly, first time of the weekend, it came alive. Beginning of Q2, even though I did one corner, the car felt really good, and I thought we could fight for the top 4 positions like we've done all season, and then coming up the hill, the car hit the ground, hit a small bump, and it all turned off, and that was game over.
What does that mean for tomorrow, even with those mandatory 2 pit stops?
Yeah, it's not good news. So it's difficult to find any positives right now. I'm disappointed because qualifying here is the most exciting quali of the year. I didn't get the chance to do that. The team have done so much hard work from practice to now, and it was working. I could tell from lap 1 in Q1, you know, we're back in the game here. And it all went out the window, so difficult to find positives.
Hard luck. Oh, Kimi, I feel for you. Just talk me through that moment coming out of the tunnel and just when you just got a little bit too close to that inside barrier.
Yeah, it was a very unnecessarily and costly mistake, and obviously a shame to finish off like this. You know, I feel very sorry towards the team, and definitely today is all on me.
It's felt like you've really had to fight the car this weekend to really get the pace out of the car. Any reasons why that was the case, and is that why maybe you just pushed a little bit too hard today?
No, I don't think. I mean, I was trying to get at ease with the car and trying to progress during the session. But yeah, I think you know, we definitely been struggling a bit more this weekend than others. But this doesn't, you know, the mistake is on me. It's not about the car, so feel sorry towards the team.
Hard luck, Kimi. Thank you.
Heartbreaking radio from Kimi as well. I'm just so sorry. And Bono trying to placate him. That is the car of George Russell, you can see, rescued from the racetrack and brought back into the garage. And the team then will be looking at exactly what happened and what they can try and salvage for tomorrow. Yes, the two-stop may give a little bit of hope, but they'll be starting P14 and P15. And they've struggled all weekend, haven't they, guys?
Well, that's a long race from there, isn't it? There's not really too much they can do. Try and do something strategically. Obviously, Russell, a shame for him to miss out with a technical issue. Antonelli, you can chalk it up to rookie experience around Monaco.
We thought that's a car that, yeah, I'm not going to get done for impeding there. Absolutely. We're being moved around again. I'm going to talk about the Racing Bulls, though. Isaac Hadjar, best quali performance of the season so far. There's another McLaren, and it is your pole sitter tomorrow. All right, producer Joe's had enough. It's Isaac Hadjar.
Hi, Isaac. Well, that was outstanding. Just how pleased are you with the effort, not just in Q3, but the way you handled that whole session?
I mean, we did a mighty job, I think. You know, we had really tough free practice sessions, especially this morning. You know, yesterday we were still competitive, but this morning really I had no confidence and real struggle. So going into Q1, I wasn't even sure if I could make it to Q2. So to finish P6 is just outstanding.
The car looks super quick around here. You're on a great starting spot for tomorrow, and it's so hard to overtake around here. How optimistic are you about a good result tomorrow?
Quite optimistic. It's also a two-stop, so you know you can get lucky, you can get unlucky. Let's see how it plays out, but we definitely have a car to fight.
Good luck tomorrow,
Thank you.
Isaac.
A car to fight around Monaco, and it's P6. I can reassure you all, the cars are safely back in the garages. We are all now standing back in our positions, and we can talk about Isaac Hadjar and that performance by Racing Bulls, because he is joined by Liam Lawson. Lawson's first Q3 of the season, and he needed some confidence, didn't he? Isaac Hadjar, though, the surprise for me of the season, because he has time and time again secured results, picked up points here and there. He's always up there.
He's a very fast racing driver, isn't he? That's what we found out in the first part of this Formula One season, and he's done it again. And this is high stakes, rookies in Monaco, and he's up on the third row. It's extraordinary. That car is very good around the circuit. The low speed of the RB car, we've been saying it all weekend. It's hooked up. Liam Lawson proving as much as well with another great showing. I'm really pleased for them to have their moment. And when you look at that midfield group, you look at where Williams have ended up, and that's probably another big disappointment there, that they've been done by both Racing Bulls.
Yeah, they had 10th for Alex Albon, 11th for Sainz, but go on, Racing Bulls.
Yeah, well, very good performance by Liam Lawson. Hadjar, what a rookie year he's having. I think he really is a driver that, I mean, Melbourne aside, which was just a really strange moment before the beginning of the Grand Prix, he's a driver who's taken to the challenges, the specific quirky challenges of Formula One so well. I think it was a brilliant qualifying session as well by Esteban Ocon, actually. Managed to make his way through into Q3 in the Haas. Brilliant stuff from him.
Yeah, Ocon, P8, I think highest since 2018, 2019 even. And his teammate, Ollie, with that 10th place grid penalty, could help out with the teammate game. It's going to be absolutely critical tomorrow, not just at the front, but in the midfield pack. You get this split often where you get a whole almost second race with teammate tactics. Racing Bulls versus Haas. It's going to all be so exciting.
How does a guy starting last help a guy starting 8th with a two-stopper. Obviously, there's loads of permutations we haven't looked at. What can they possibly do with the car so split?
Well, the thing is here is that any car can slow any car down. Fuel spread a little over a second, 4 seconds a lap is overtaking Delta. So if you are Ollie Behrman and you do box on lap 1 and lap 2, and you can stay within 20 seconds of the racing balls, for example, when they have to pit, they might fall behind you and then you can trap them. I have personally been trapped by a Faenza-based car before, because I always used to qualify at the back here, and it's very painful, actually. I was Pierre Gasly, got me.
Quick question on Haas. Well, they seem to have brilliant weekends and then they're nowhere, and then good weekends and then they're nowhere again. Is that inconsistency a worry? Yes, the good are great, but then seemingly they're nowhere for another weekend.
Right. I remember saying at the start of the weekend that I thought Haas could be strong here because their low-speed performance is pretty good. We saw that in Bahrain. Ocon had a really good race there. They both did quite well in China, which is a lot of low-speed corners, and Miami as well. They were good. This is obviously the extreme end of that, and I think Ocon's done a really great job. Remember how good he individually is at this one. He nearly took pole in an Alpine a couple of years ago, didn't he?
So, didn't he?
Yeah, he's individually brilliant, and the driver can make the difference, but the car obviously in the low speed is also pretty handy.
I would point out that the Alpine actually, as an example of how this year is playing out, an absolutely torrid performance from them today. Yeah, okay, they potentially made a bad strategic gamble on the medium compound tyre in Q1, but what we know about Monaco and what we know about these cars in general is that the difference in the circuit surface moves them between their aerodynamic windows. Ferrari in a much better window here because they're able to run the cars at lower speed and therefore closer to the road around more of the track. And that's, I think, for a team like Haas, where the unpredictability in their performance comes from. It's exactly where they fall in their aerodynamic range with the track layout and the circuit surface.
Do you think we're overthinking this, though? Because when you look
it's our job to overthink it, is it not?
When you look at the field, you know, we said at the end of Q1, 7/10 would separate Bortoletto and pretty much Gasly from the top. So if Gasly finds 3/10 around Monaco, he's cruising in the top 10.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we say, why are they 1 minute up, 1 minute down, the driver can actually make such a big difference when you're talking about these tiny margins.
I'll give you that, but we talk about big margins, we talk about tiny margins. Usual suspects, always at the front. You know, you've got
we've
the
got to
usual
take the correlation as well.
You've got your Norrises, your Leclercs. Yeah, okay, bit more of a difficult day, but your Verstappens seem to find, whether it's a 100th or a 10th, seem to find a way into Q3.
Great stuff. Thank you, guys. Let's take a look at the schedule then. Here at the Monaco Grand Prix, one final day to bring you after the thrills and spills of qualifying in Monte Carlo. And Lando Norris takes pole position. He'll be starting alongside home hero Charles Leclerc. The pre-race show building up from 2 p.m. and then the Monaco Grand Prix starting at 3 p.m. and your post-race show with all the analysis coming straight after the podium. Well, lots of drama to bring you then tomorrow, and don't forget the drama that's all to come as well in F1 The Movie, out on June 27th. The premiere in New York is June 16th, so do make sure you head to see that one as soon as you can to experience exactly what it's like to be in a Formula One car, a visceral film. Okay, we're looking ahead to tomorrow then. I've got to mention before we go, Fernando Alonso. Once again, gambled on the mediums. He said, he's almost begging his engine, please let me come in, I'm done. I can't do any more in this car. But he's made it work for himself. It's P7. It could well be P6 if we see Lewis with a penalty.
I loved, I can't go any faster, just before he went faster.
Yeah, that's a racing driver special though, no? You often hear that.
We talked about him, his experience around here. DC mentioned in commentary. I don't know if anybody's done any more laps around here, around Monaco than Fernando Alonso. I'm sure someone has, but the point remains, he knows which way to turn it around here.
Yeah, he really does, and potential for him tomorrow. And once again, using that medium tyre to their advantage, which we saw a few teams doing, Williams, the Alpines, but not anyone really quite making it work the way Alonso did. Your thoughts then for tomorrow? Lando Norris starts on pole at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it's going to play out. I think, yeah, Lando obviously has been the star of today, but he's still got a lot of work to do. Felt a little bit bad asking him about, you know, what's going to happen with the two-stop race, because he should just enjoy this moment. He's taken pole at Monaco, but the focus has to shift because it's going to be a complicated race. I think it's going to be kind of fun to call. I don't know if it's going to be chaotic, authentic, or what, but it's going to be different, and that's a good thing.
Much will depend on the potential penalty for Lewis Hamilton. If they keep him in the action, then Charles Leclerc has somebody to help him out up front. But, you know, McLaren in the pound seat, if it was a 1-2, is the only way it could be better. But I think coming into that session, they couldn't have dreamed of a better outcome and a clear favourites.
Yeah. Ruth?
Well, without just saying I'm really looking forward to the strategy, I'm really looking forward to the strategy. I mean, it was absolutely phenomenal watching these cars on the limit in qualifying. And all of the strategists, now normally this was a relatively easy night. You normally get to finish before the bar at Rascasse starts working. And I think it's going to be a late night for a lot of the strategists looking at all the different permutations. Teams have gone for completely different tyres remaining. Some have 2 hards, some have 2 mediums. Some are going to have to run that soft at some point tomorrow. There's going to be team tactics. There's going to be driving, hopefully some safety cars. I can't wait.
And I love that on the eve of the Monaco Grand Prix, we aren't looking ahead to somewhat of a processional race. We do have much more at play. Lando Norris probably isn't enjoying that quite so much, but he will be starting from the very best possible position he can, and that is pole after a lap record beat Charles Leclerc. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Jolie. And thanks to all of you for watching. That was qualifying. It's almost time for race day. Join us tomorrow.
also rate as challenges behind the wheel. Was it top?
It's hot. It's a hot track. We've got some traffic here.
We've got traffic, we've got people holding up a 10-time Grand Prix winner. Amazing speed through swimming pool.
Such a nice track.
Oh,
Iconic.
it is absolutely iconic. Man, that is just a blur.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been so lucky to
it
do
happens so quick, and imagine in an F1 car.
I honestly, I don't know how you did it. That is absolutely impossible, the speeds you do around there. Even though it's obviously slower, that feels so much faster. The barriers feel so high.
Yeah,
We're much higher in this car than you would be in an F1 car. Wow. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
As ever, that was immense. Whew. They call this place special for a reason, and I've just seen why. They might be the slowest speeds of the year, but when the barriers are so high, the whole thing feels like a blur. Fantastic.
Oh, that looks so much fun. I am very, very jealous. Thanks to Mercedes and Valtteri Bottas for that one. Alex Jakes has just about come back down to earth. He's going to call cars driving around this one. Now, okay, we're back towards the very back of the grid here. Ollie Behrman, the team up for Haas, very much starting yesterday. He backed off in his lap to ensure he wouldn't go through to Q2. He had a 10-place grid drop, don't forget. So, Ruth, for cars starting around here, as you've mentioned with what you feel Haas could do, maybe should do if you were on that pit wall, what about the likes of Lance Stroll, the Alpines of Colapinto and Gasly? How do they roll the dice here?
Well, you have to remember, it is not great to be at the back in Monaco, which seems very obvious, but the team is the most important thing. It's 4 seconds a lap in order to be able to overtake. So any car in modern day F1 can block any other car. Now, if I'm right at the very back of the grid, there's not much I can do. If I stay where I am, I already lose. So it's a bit like going to a casino, but you've already lost. So you've got a free bet. So you might as well go for something. And the only place there's free air is at the very front, which we're not going to get to, and at the back. It's a trick we've seen in Monaco 2017. I did it, McLaren did it then, 2023, Red Bull did it. If you box early on lap 1 and lap 2, you can then get free air. That basically does a mega undercut. You can race in the pit lane. The Saubers, the Haas's, they're at the end of the pit lane. They have right of way. Same thing with Stroll. What does that do? It does block people from boxing early if they want to bail out. It gets you critical tyre data on that hard data that might help you get your other driver the information they need. And if the race becomes a race of attrition, you might actually end up gaining something. But it's mostly about what you can do to help your teammate. You either back people up, or you try and find free air, or you gun it out front. But don't think that's what Ollie's going to be able to do today.
Such a tactical race ahead. And looking at the start, of course, and the possibility of safety cars, red flags, which there are a high possibility of here in Monaco. The F2 start was absolute chaos. You called that one, didn't you?
I certainly did. If you do have an incident at the front of the field here, it's almost a guaranteed red flag in Saint-Devote, because the rest of the field will come through and be unable to avoid the incident. The best possible place to be is on the inside if you can be there, because it gives you more options. You can take the corner, you can charge over towards the pit lane on the right-hand side. We've seen incidents in the feeder series races and in the support races throughout the weekend. But there were a couple of drivers who played it absolutely right, and those drivers kept themselves out of trouble by giving themselves all of the options down towards turn 1 and darting to the inside underneath the contact.
Well, go on then quickly. How do you see it playing out between, let's say that they are both on mediums, both with that same grip, Charles Leclerc versus Polster to Lando Norris?
For me, I think McLaren desperately tried to take the 1-2 down towards turn 1. Leclerc, if he can get around the outside, he will, but I think he'll slot into second. It's going to be all about if Piastri can nose it down the inside of the Ferrari.
And don't forget Max Verstappen, who of course is up there, P4 as well. He's speaking to Lawrence Barretto.
Place on the grid thanks to Lewis's penalty. How are you feeling about things today? Because there's so many possibilities in Monaco. I know it's the same old thing, but you feeling good about today?
Well, it doesn't really matter about feeling good. You just need to lock in probably a little bit. You know that you can't really pass on track. So yeah, with this two-stop strategy that everyone has to follow, it is a bit harder to predict what is going to happen. I mean, it was already hard enough, I think, to predict one stop. Two stop probably, yeah. Some people will lock in, some will get it wrong, and that makes it very difficult.
I guess when you're starting P4 though, it's probably better to have some opportunities rather than you'd probably want nothing to happen if you're P1,
well, I
right?
think you're always a bit less nervous, you know, when you start P4 than P1 with this two-stop strategy ahead. Yeah.
Well, best of luck today, Max.
Well, here we go. It's time for a grid walk on this magnificent Monaco Grand Prix track. Over to you, Jolyon Palmer.
So here we go then for the start of the Monaco Grand Prix. We're down here on the grid, and strategy has been the big talking point, quite rightly, because it is going to be a massive factor for the winner later on. But let's bring it back to the driving as well. This is as straight as the Monaco Grand Prix gets, the circuit here. It's 78 laps and there is no rest at all for the drivers. And remember, there are plenty doing this for the first time, including Ollie Behrman here, starting from the back. The guys I've mentioned already, very unlucky with, unlucky, a mistake on Friday, but it's cost him 10th place on the grid. Overtook under the red flag conditions in practice. Should have backed off. He will learn for next time. On the inside here is Lance Stroll, another driver with a grid penalty. And Lance here with Lawrence Stroll just in front of the car, having photos with friends and family, embracing the Monaco Grand Prix, as everyone should. It's a special affair, but Lance also had 4-place grid penalties and a bad qualifying to go with it. A tough weekend for Franco Colapinto, just his second weekend with the team, and Franco's just struggled for pace a little bit in the Alpine, as have the team generally, and that is why, across from Franco, we have Pierre Gasly, who's had great form here in the past. He's been quick. Alpine have had some pace here as well, including last year when their two drivers came together on the first lap. They start together again, but from a long way back, so they're going to have to produce some magic on the strategy to try and move forward. More rookies towards the back, understandably. We've got Gabriel Bortoleto, 16th, but actually not that far away in qualifying. He was almost in Q2. He wasn't far off the top spot. That's how close the field is. And Bortoleto with plenty of work to do around a circuit like this, but he's got to try and survive the Monaco Grand Prix and hope the race comes to him. The Mercedes, the big underperformers in this weekend, and there's a lot of work going on actually on Kimi Antonelli's car here, who had the crash in qualifying. You see the cake tins are off on the front left. They're looking down at the front end of that, so I wonder if Antonelli's reported a brake issue on the way around to the grid. We'll keep an eye on that, but that's quite a lot of work going on for Kimi Antonelli, which will be a big shame for Mercedes. They're obviously on the back foot. George Russell starts here as well, but if they can keep their two drivers together, then hello Valtteri. How are we doing, Valtteri? Are you looking forward to this one?
Yeah.
For Mercedes, obviously a lot of work to do here, but with the two cars starting together, can there be something to do?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of work to do, but like I said, we have two cars, we can work together as a team, and I think that's what you have to do in this position. So, yeah, especially with the two pit stop thing, I think it could be interesting to follow.
And pressure off this time. Normally as a driver, of course, you're so focused, but sit back and relax and enjoy the show.
Yeah, it's different feeling, but I'll try and enjoy it.
All right, nice one, Valtteri. So, moving forward then, Mercedes, tough start and a reliability concern for Antonelli. But we have Nico Hülkenberg here in 13th. Decent day for Sauber, a little bit disappointed he's not actually starting inside the top 10. But he's got a good car, and if strategy comes towards him, maybe he can get something back on the board for Sauber. Yuki Tsunoda under a bit of pressure in the Red Bulls, not coming to him. The team have said that they're going to give him the season, and I'm sure they will. But he could have so done with a top 10 start, and you could sense that from his frustration yesterday. And he had pace through practice, as he so often does, but couldn't use it. I'm very interested in these two Williams here. Carlos Sainz, disappointed in qualifying, couldn't get the soft tyres to work at the crunch time, and that is why he's down there in 11th place. But like Mercedes, starts alongside his teammate. So the two Williams here in 10th and 11th, I wonder if there's a bit of strategy that they can use to drop the second car back and give the first car one or possibly even two free pit stops. It would completely sacrifice one driver, but it could be a way to get the other driver very high up in the order at the end of the Grand Prix. Racing Bulls, what a day they had yesterday. Liam Lawson, best start for the season for him. Up in Q3, enjoying it this weekend in a car that is very good in the low-speed corners. He's 9th. Esteban Ocon, another car that's been good in the low-speed corners, starts 8th for Haas, and he'll be hoping to try and achieve something, but he hasn't got a teammate anywhere near. Remember, Ollie Behrman starts from the back, so Ocon's going to have to go it alone and hope that he gets the right windows at the right time to get those pit stops in. Remember, it has to be two of them today. Lewis Hamilton, 7th on the grid, really disappointing for Lewis because he had the pace in the Ferrari, qualified 4th, but the 3-place grid penalty is really going to cost him here, and he starts a little bit further adrift behind another world champion, Fernando Alonso. Absolutely brilliant day for Fernando in 6th position now, gains that place, of course, with Hamilton getting the penalty. Said he couldn't do more after Q2 and then did more in Q3. It was fantastic from Alonso. So can he get some points on the board for 2025? Surely this is the time, and what a place to do it. We're up to the top 5, where we find Isaac Hadjar. Absolutely superb effort. I've already mentioned Liam Lawson, but Hadjar went beyond his teammate again and has a really decent shot at scoring some big points. As we come up towards the top four, laser focus going on with the Racing Bulls, the whole team looking like this could be a big day for them to score some good points. Right, 4th place, Max Verstappen here. And it's a bit disappointing for Max not to be up in the top 3, but he just said there wasn't the pace in the car. Still, they find the low-speed performance isn't where they want it to be. The curb riding.
Hello, everybody. It's F1 75, 75 seasons of the Formula One World Championship, and for 70 of those 75 seasons, we've been coming down to Monaco for a little afternoon race. And here on this Sunday, stand by for something just a little bit different. Mandatory 2 pit stops to give us a strategic shake-up and induce some entertainment and excitement into a race where everyone changed their tyres after 1 lap in a red flag last year. We've got 78 laps to come this afternoon. Elevation changes throughout this lap. Lap record for Lewis Hamilton in a race. Lap record for Lando Norris in qualifying. First lap here under 70 seconds to take pole yesterday. The tyres have gone a step softer than they were in 2024. It's a C6, C5 and a C4 afternoon. Is the hard or the medium the favoured race tyre? And what a glorious afternoon it is too. The harbour is jam-packed. The Mediterranean as calm as you want. Few speedboats making some waves, but who will make waves on the track and win one of the most famous races of them all? From the back, anything can happen, really. Ollie Behrman starts last, 10-place penalty for overtaking under a red flag, and the stewards investigating him before the race starts. Lance Stroll starts 19th, he had a penalty too. Then it's the Alpines of Colapinto, slowest in qualifying, and Pierre Gasly for his equal worst start here. Gabriel Bortoleto starts 16th. It was a bad day for Mercedes in qualifying. Kimi Antonelli crashed, he's 15th. George Russell had a breakdown, he's 14th. No Mercedes in the top 10 for the first time in a long, long while. Nico Hülkenberg starts 13th. Yuki Tsunoda ahead of him, his worst start here since 2021. Then it's Carlos Sainz 11th, and his teammate Alex Albon, who could have been 6th if he'd have repeated his Q2 time in Q3. He didn't, he's 10th. Liam Lawson starts 9th, his first time in Q3 this season. Esteban Ocon starts 8th, he was 3rd on the grid once upon a time here. Lewis Hamilton with a 3-place grid penalty starts 7th. Fernando Alonso is 6th, his highest start of the season, and his best ever career start. Isaac Hadjar is now 5th. Max Verstappen starts 4th. 4th time he started 4th in Monaco. It's the top 4 every race this season for Oscar Piastri. He's 3rd this week. Charles Leclerc 2nd on the grid here for the first time ever, and it's Lando Norris on pole in Monaco for the first time. And there is a sense of excitement around this afternoon, Martin. We have done a lot of races together. We've got a bit of experience, and we really can't predict what's going to happen today.
No, a lot of shrugging of shoulders and people sort of saying, we don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be crazy because the mandatory 2 pit stops can interplay with red flags and or safety cars as well. Starting tyres are important, probably more important than ever. And the top 3, Norris, Leclerc, Piastri on the medium compound tyre. Max Verstappen, an outlier then, on the harder compound tyre. But remember, all these tyres are towards the soft end of the range we use in any given season. Alonso and Hamilton, too, in 6th and 7th on hard compound. Then you've got Lawson in 9th on soft compound. All 3 of the available tyres are represented in the top 9 on the grid. It affects a little bit how you get away. What will hurt those on hard tyres is if there's an early safety car and they have to get rid of them, that then leaves them, certainly people like Verstappen. It's a gamble. It's a gamble they're taking. And I also think that somebody like Verstappen, should there be an early safety car, actually won't pit. He'll stay out to get track position and go long.
Because he's very limited by the tyres he's got left, a medium and a soft for the rest of the race. But if you're going to take a gamble, this is the place to do it. Monaco with a casino at the top that we race up to and then drop back down to the harbour. And there we can see Lando Norris on pole position. It's a short dash to the first corner. We don't often see drivers getting past into turn 1. If he holds steady, normally you go on and win the race. But today, the strategic teams are going to be working feverishly, and drivers have got to keep a cool, calm head.
So what we're looking out for is, normally you see those in the lead really going really slowly to keep the pack tight so that nobody's got a chance to make a quick pit stop and undercut them. So they control the race like that. They can't do that so much today. Will they zoom off into the distance and build themselves a gap? But I think what we've also got to be looking closely at are teams, all the teams I think, will be playing a game with their 2 cars somewhere along the line. And you might see, it looks like, you know, a Piastri or Hamilton, you may see falling back, but actually that's under team orders to make a gap. But will Lewis Hamilton want to do that? Would Oscar Piastri want to do that? But the teams have really got to think on their feet more today than I think any other time in a dry race, I would say.
So we need someone experienced, we need someone who can keep cool and calm and monitor 20 different drivers at Sky Race Control, and luckily for us, this afternoon we've got Karun Chandok. Hello, mate.
Hello, Crofty. This is going to be a stressful couple of hours, but I'll do my best. On the grid, Martin, Christian Horner didn't like it when you said they've got 4 cars in this race. However, Liam Lawson and Yuki Tsunoda starting on the softs. They're going to struggle. Those soft tyres will go off quickly. Are they planning to create the gap for Max Verstappen, who's starting on the hard tyre? Could they be playing that big team game here? I think that's something to watch out for. Mercedes, everyone expected them to stop early, but they've got both cars on the hard tyre. Are they going contrary to expectations?
Yes, I asked Christian that on the grid because, of course, Red Bull are the only company with 4 cars on the grid. But there are other teams that share, for example, the Mercedes-Benz power unit, but they are very much totally separate entities. So this might be one of those, despite Christian Horner denying it strongly, and he's probably got to do that, well, he has got to do that, you might find a 4-car play there at some point, depending how it all shakes out.
You might have seen an advert for F1 the movie in the tunnel on the formation lap. That's out on June the 25th. This is real life, and no one's written the script for this one today. The last 4 Monaco Grand Prix in the dry have been led from start to finish. Well, Lando Norris and his family will be hoping to make that 5 out of 5 today, but there is a long way to go here before McLaren can think of a 16th win in Monaco. They're already the record constructor here around these streets.
It's not a pit straight, you can see it's a pit banana really, but it's only 140 meters from the start to the first braking point. So gaining an advantage down there is quite hard to do unless somebody's had a particularly poor start, and you can already see that Lando Norris is pointing towards the left. He wants to build himself a bit of space for a nice wide turn in to the first corner if he can.
This time last year, Charles Leclerc was on pole. He came home to take that historic victory, heroic victory for the Monegasque in his home country. What can he do today? We are all set on the grid here in Monte Carlo. It's lights out and away we go. Norris gets away brilliantly. Charles Leclerc's coming at him. Hadjar on the inside, trying. There's a lock up there from Lando Norris, but he makes it into the first turn. That was a bit scary for him for a few moments, and they're all making their way around Sandoval and safely through. Charles Leclerc on the inside, almost spotted a gap through Massenet. Nothing doing there. Piastri in third, then Verstappen, Isaac Hadjar, Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton, Esteban Ocon and Liam Lawson.
Yeah, Lando Norris has got to cart those tyres a long way now. They'll vibrate, but luckily here there's not really a very high-speed areas. Where he's flat-spotted them, they're more prone to flat spot again in the same place.
At the back, there's a lock-up from Lance Stroll. Ollie Behrman on the inside, trying to get past the Aston Martin, but he thought better of it and backed out. Didn't want to pick up any damage. Down the inside there goes Kimi Antonelli, and into the barrier goes Gabriel Bortoletto. One of 6 rookies in this race, and the Sauber is stranded at Portier.
So we will surely have a safety car unless he can find reverse quickly and he should be able to get that car back to the pits. But before the cars get around there again, if he's still there, green flag, he's reversed it out of the barriers.
And filing out into the pit lane, I can see the Red Bull crew for an early pit stop, maybe for Yuki Tsunoda, who started on the soft compound tyre. As completing the first lap, Lando Norris has the lead of this Monaco Grand Prix by over a second from Charles Leclerc. Into the pits does come Yuki Tsunoda and Pierre Gasly for Alpine and Ollie Behrman, and the virtual safety car has been deployed. You lose 21 seconds for a pit stop in normal conditions. Now you only lose 10 seconds.
Talk about dream scenario for those that had intended to pit, as we talked about all through the pre-show. Some cars pitting instantly. You can't pit until the end of the first lap. Now they've got a cheap pit stop as well, and this is just perfect. Not perfect though if you have a stop like that. Ted's there.
I know he's at the back anyway, but Ollie Behrman's got some issue. The tyres aren't ready, the wheel's not ready. It's a nightmare, so I know he's at the back, but it's just getting worse and worse for Ollie Behrman.
So they were swapping hard compound for hard compound. Antonelli's gone up the inside. Bona fide overtake, but has obviously caught Bortoletto out. I suspect they had Ocon's tyres on the front. And this is so Bottas gone round the outside of the hairpin and taken the place, and Antonelli's decided he's having it straight back again.
Well, the gap was there.
Kimi pushed me out.
Or did he? Was he far enough alongside the Sauber on the inside whilst trying to overtake to make that corner his own?
We need to see a different camera angle as to whether he was alongside, he was on the inside, so his front axle had to be alongside, at least alongside Antonelli's mirror to have won the corner, shall we say. But whatever the case, doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong, Bortoleto should have got out of that one.
So virtual safety car, and the drivers will poodle around at 40% of their racing speed. The race in effect gets neutralized, and Yuki Tsunoda by pitting has come out now 5.5 seconds behind Lance Stroll, so that's a nice bit of clean air for him to drive into and to increase his time rather than getting stuck behind others in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, the leaders and the midfield, you know, they will need to be thankful that it's not a full safety car, so that those that have pitted, and we're talking Tsunoda, Gasly, Behrman and Bortoleto, those that have pitted would have had a totally free pit stop and just cruised up to the back of the field. They can't do that, they're quite a long way behind. But I noticed that Lawson, we thought he was on soft tyres on the grid. The computer updated, and he's actually on medium compound tyres.
Yeah, and if you're surprised that the likes maybe of George Russell, who might have been thinking about pitting for some clearer air, haven't, he's on the hard tyre, doesn't want to sacrifice those hard tyres at this stage of the race, despite having 2 new sets of that hard compound going into this race. Looking at those barriers, as the cars file past at Portier, are the marshals going to have to rearrange those a bit and make them a touch safer before we get going again?
I would leave them, personally, because it's not a high-risk area. I don't think I would, because that's a red flag, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessary.
Jeff Bezos here. I'm not sure if his yacht is parked in the harbour or not. Difficult to see it, even if it was. There are that many boats here. That corner at Portier is a 50-mile-an-hour corner, but race control will need to be satisfied that the drivers have the protection they need before we can go racing once more.
Yeah, we'll see what the report is from there. I mean, there's several layers of that, but yeah, as I say, I don't think it's a high-risk area that they need to literally switch this race off for. That would then, obviously, everybody then who, well, that gives everybody a free, not that that's the reason to or not to do a red flag, would give everybody a free pit stop. So Leclerc then with a tremendous run down the outside. Norris got away well, but in the second phase, Leclerc found more grip, and Lando locked his front tyres, a bit of cadence braking, Piastri fending off Verstappen as well. So both McLaren are struggling a bit, but doing well in racecraft to maintain position there. But as we saw, Lando then, this is a horrible lockup with full tanks of fuel, and he will have little flat spots on both those front tyres. You run about 56% front brake bias. That's why the front axle locks up rather than the rear axle. And Lando did well to get off the brake pedal and turn the steering wheel.
And unlike in Imola last week, Oscar Piastri fends off Max Verstappen, who was trying to go around the outside of the right-hander, not a left-hander this time around. Here's Kimi Antonelli. The gap's there for him to charge into, and you're right, Bortoleto might have thought better of basically succeeding the place to Kimi there.
Yeah, there were 2 opportunistic overtakes as the virtual safety car is ending, so we wait. There we go. It is, we're up and running again. Yes, so it was opportunistic from Bortoleto and then opportunistic straight back again for Antonelli, but he was far enough up the inside to have won the corner. I wouldn't expect him to have a penalty for that. And Karun's telling me that Lando said nothing about vibrating tyres at the moment.
But now he's up to racing speed. We'll see what the radio messages are. Into Sandovot we go, racing now here in Monaco on lap 5 of 78, making the steep climb up Beau Rivage towards Massenet and onto Casino Square. Lando Norris leads Charles Leclerc. It's McLaren ahead of Ferrari, and they're a long way clear of Oscar Piastri already.
Exactly. So we've got one answer already. The leaders want to get out there and build themselves a pit stop gap. And there's Piastri, as you say, falling back quite significantly.
That's an interesting gap there. 22.4 seconds, Norris to Tsunoda. If Norris was to pit now and McLaren put in one of their usual speedy pit stops, he'd come out just ahead of Tsunoda. If Tsunoda can match the times of Norris, that can put a bit of pressure on the leader, who may or may not get out ahead of Tsunoda when he pits.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to do that, and then there's a safety car 2 laps later or something, would you? So that's the lottery of today. Absolute lottery.
Yeah, but you've got to be in it to win it, and if you've got a ticket on the grids, opportunities are there for you. There's the current tyre situation. Anyone who was on the softs at the start has got rid of those, which is not a surprise at all. You need to run 3 different sets of tyres, 2 of which have to be of different compounds. No further investigation. Antonelli and Bortoletto for that incident that saw the Sauber into the barriers, and Lando Norris starting to move ahead out in front. 2.5 clear of Charles Leclerc, and he's out of any threat of DRS behind him, but the gap all the while increasing to Oscar Piastri. And McLaren's words coming into this race and how they were going to run it will pursue the team's interest, but will preserve the interests of both drivers. So it's about the team first, but we don't want to disadvantage the drivers.
No, and you know, there'll be several phases to this race, but Piastri then 2 seconds a lap slower. That is absolutely clear that he is playing a team game there. So Norris and Leclerc will get out front and build, even if they catch back markers, those back markers are duty bound to get out of the way under the blue flag, so they can build the gap out front and get a pit stop for those 2.
Karun Chandler, Sky Race Control.
Yeah, Crofty, it's illustrated by the fact that that group led by Tsunoda, who pitted on lap 1, would come ahead of Piastri now. So if Piastri pitted, he'd be behind Yuki Tsunoda. That is the way that the pace is being played at the moment. Do McLaren reverse it? Is it a question of we're going to give Lando the opportunity now and then play a game later to support Oscar?
But Norris is still tyre managing, because Ollie Behrman did a 1:15.5 last lap around. Norris 1:19.1.
Wow.
3.5 seconds slower than Ollie Behrman, currently down in the penultimate place in 19.
And the thing is, Ollie Behrman has got a lot of track clear ahead of him because of that very slow pit stop down at Haas. So he's got a lot of ground to make up. He's only got Gabriel Bortoletto behind him. And out in front, these are the first laps led by McLaren here in Monaco since 2011, which was Jenson Button. I'm sure he still remembers those laps. Lap 7 of 78, we're on board with Lewis Hamilton, who qualified 4th and picked up a 3-place grid penalty for impeding Max Verstappen. Now he has Fernando Alonso ahead of him. They're both on the hard compound tyre. They'll hope to clear Isaac Hadjar by the time Hadjar has to stop. But can Lewis Hamilton play a role today for his teammate Charles Leclerc and build a gap?
So Behrman a 14.8, Norris a 19.1 still on the previous lap.
Can the leaders afford
4.3 seconds a lap? Behrman faster than Norris, the leader. That's going to catch the attention of the front-running teams.
Well, the thing is, there's a 37-second gap between Lando Norris and Ollie Behrman, but can the leaders afford to tyre manage in the way they are, or are they having to, because the tyres will grain otherwise?
Yeah, well, it won't be very long. It's not easy, not difficult to calculate. He's gaining 4 seconds a lap on them. It'll only be 10 or a dozen laps before Behrman's closed that gap down.
And Lewis Hamilton not making an impression on Fernando Alonso and that Aston Martin. And Esteban Ocon running very close to the Ferrari behind here. So is Hamilton starting to make a bit of a gap? He was 7/10 slower than Alonso on that previous lap, and he was round about 2 seconds slower than his teammate Charles Leclerc. And we're looking now at George Russell, who's 13th, and Kimi Antonelli 14th. The helicopter looking down as at Mirabeau they swing right-handed, and there's a real queue of cars here. And it's trying to get out of this queue of cars that is going to be the key here between success and disappointment.
So Ollie Behrman is what we call undercut, changed tyres and going a lot faster. Every would be 9th at the front end, so it's really working for him. But
there's a double yellow that's been waved. Has someone had a bit of a moment out on the track? I can't see anyone going too slowly. But we have got a double-waved yellow. Alex Albon right up the tail of Liam Lawson, and that's in teams pitting. Are we going to get a virtual safety car? Is Gasly going to get back to the pits? He hasn't got long to go, but that wheel is hanging on by a thread.
You're absolutely told to park him straight away. Of course, you've got no brakes. You're obliged to park that straight away.
So Gasly has hit the wall here. He's not going to park it straight away. He's going to turn right-handed and come into the pits. But how much debris has been dropped on the track as he made his way around the track. He went straight into the back of Yuki Tsunoda, I'm being told. We'll get a replay in a moment. That will be Pierre Gasly out of this race.
So there'll be debris over about 500 metres. Debris everywhere. And this is big risk for a puncture for the leaders.
And that was Max Verstappen on Oscar Piastri. He's all over the back of him, out of the chicane.
Yeah, because
Ted, down to you.
He can't stop. Gasly can't stop. He's had to be stopped by some other mechanics because he's got no brakes. Okay, he's finally stopped in the pit lane. That was so dangerous, so dangerous.
So what we saw going out on track is that Piastri was slowing down for the double yellow flags, which are one step short of a red flag. And he almost lost out there to Max Verstappen.
So the double yellows are being waved at around the Nouvelle chicane, and we saw the debris on the track. Let's have a look at the incident. Into the tunnel we go. That's Yuki Tsunoda ahead of Pierre Gasly into the daylight, dropping down under braking. Oh!
So I'm amazed at that.
Incident. Into the tunnel we go. That's Yuki Tsunoda ahead of Pierre Gasly into the daylight, dropping down under braking. Oh!
So I'm amazed if that hasn't damaged Tsunoda's car. So what happened is he lost the brake, he lost the tail under braking. So the pit, even if there's a safety car now, pit entry, oh, he so nearly took his teammate out as well.
Yeah.
So what happened there is he locked the rear axle, Gasly, and just couldn't slow down.
And that's
a strong Red Bull, that's what that is.
Isn't it just? And there's the front wing, or part of it, flying across Yuki Tsunoda.
Is he idiot? What is he doing?
Well, what was the reason for that? There's no overtake on, that is for sure.
No, when we were on board, you can see the back end of the car. He locked his rear axle under downshift and braking. Clearly, it's unfixable. He should have carried on down the end of the escape road and got out of it. He'll be in a lot of trouble for that. But
green, and we are racing, and it's clear that if Piastri's trying to make a bit of a gap, Verstappen is not very happy to sit behind the McLaren of Oscar Piastri, and he's trying to get past him.
yeah, absolutely, and as I say, he nearly caught him, I wouldn't say napping, but...
But he would have taken my front wing off. He didn't leave space. What is that? We would have crashed. Wait, I had the right to be there.
Yeah.
Press it again. Press it again, mate. Okay.
I'd like to see it again. We caught, I think, the tail end of what was going on. Ted, let's head down to you. We're going green again. The yellow flags have stopped waving. Ted.
No, just very quickly, I think there's going to be a penalty for either Gasly or Alpine or both. Maybe even a grid penalty for Spain, because that was not on what Gasly did. He
you think the car stick with the plan, no attack for now.
Every time Hamilton goes off, please report it.
I mean, he's going off every lap everywhere. I'm not going to talk the whole time. Start slow, mate. Okay, copy. Okay, Lou, so we now have a black and white flag for track limits. It's turn 10.
I can't keep it on the track, the car won't turn.
Track limits again, Hamilton. That's his third time. We're on it. Let me know for place. I think you can see it. Okay. I don't need to let you know. You stick with the plan, no attack for now.
every time Hamilton goes off, please report it.
I mean, he's going off every lap everywhere. I'm not going to talk the whole time. This car's slow, mate.
Okay, copy. Okay, so we now have a black and white flag for track limits. Turn 10.
I can't keep it on the track, the car won't turn. Oh.
In einer Minute wird es da in einer Runde wird dann die Ausführung verhalten.
Track limits again, Hamilton. That's his third time. We're on it.
Let me know for please.
I think you can see it.
Copy.
I don't need to let you know.